What'd you say? Oh. Wow, okay. Got that. Okay. How is everybody tonight? This back up, yeah. And this back up, yeah. Okay. Everybody is nice and happy and active. Welcome everybody on Twitch and Kick and YouTube. As you can see from the description, we are definitely in the last throes of what's available in the normal game. We've already finished the main story. We are just doing the follow-up locations. Fox always standing in the way.
Welcome home, sir.
We're just doing the final locations. We are interested in these locations, all these little guys that I didn't get the first time, for one reason or another. But there are a number of them, but I expect most of them we can reasonably take care of quickly. We still need to go into the Capitol building, so maybe I should, let's see, there's like, so there is the Capitol building. Let's go see what time it is out in the world. It is nighttime. Oh, so we're gonna have to do one of those full resets. Okay.
The main ones are big enough for anyone. And there's tunnels, vaults, underground storage, railway tunnels, subways.
8, 9, 10, and 11. All right. Oh, mostly everybody's up and getting lunch or getting up for whatever they're supposed to do. We're gonna go and repair our equipment. Whatever needs to be done, whatever's available. And hello. Ah! God damn it.
Huh. You...
Yes, yes, yes. All right.
Sure.
There we go.
Good hunting.
You too, ma'am. Sorry
Come
for
back
stealing
soon.
the coffee pot earlier. That was unintentional. Let's get, okay, that's good to go. That's good to go. Alright, let's get this into full screen. Assuming everyone can hear me, I can see my meter going up, so that's good.
Made a wide circle around it, so he feared I might go for
All right.
fresh competitors. Walked up broadway in the direction of that strange powder, that silent shop windows, displaying their mute wares to empty sidewalks. Past the Capitol Theater, silent, dark. Past the shooting
Yeah,
gallery
that's
where
the
a
actual
row of
next
guns
one we
blazed.
need to do is Death from Above, so we can do the end of Broken Steel.
Circle.
But we're not doing those sorts of things tonight.
Over the top of the General Motors building, I watched a flock
We
of black birds circling the sky.
are going to the
Hurried on.
catapult
Suddenly, I
first.
recognized the report of a Martian machine standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Same idea.
Where the fuck did you come from?
19 of those great metal titans that
Ow. Thank you. Looks like we have to liberate the capital area again. Okay. That's not, I'm not mad at it. Where's that big dude? Let me see.
The humblest thing of God is wisdom put upon the surface. Before the cylinder fell, there was
Mini nuke,
general
Radix.
persuasion that through all the deep no life existed beyond the petty surface of our minute sphere. Now we see further. Dim and wonderful. Deep bed of the surface. Vast reaches of sidereal space. Remote reach. Maybe that the destruction of the Martians is only a reprieve to them and not to us. The future ordained for us.
And if you think you've checked everywhere, you haven't.
Princeton, writing down his last strange to watch children playing in the street. Strange to see young people strolling on the green with the new spring grass. Eels the last black stars. Strange to watch the sightseers enter the museum where the disassembled parts of a Martian machine are kept on public view. Strange when I recall the time when I first saw it. Bright, clean cut, hard, silent, under the dawn of that last great day. To assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance.
Not good for long range.
We annihilated the world before your very ears. Possibly destroyed the end. You'll be released That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings, nobody's there.
Okay, so late game, the super mutant overlords are good sources of mini nukes.
Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and The Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world is being watched closely by intelligences greater than man, yet mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busy themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf,
I want this one!
envious eyes. In the 20th century came the Great Revolution.
A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low pressure area.
This motherfucking laser burn.
Accompanied by winds like gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the government weather service. We take you now to the merging room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his office.
Wish there was some other way we could work this out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Wires that
The Duchess of Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Capacita. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, the Justice Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory in Chicago, Illinois, reports the moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame just begun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York. unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with a noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra.
He wants to go out. Yep.
We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer. We take you now to Princeton, New Jersey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Carl Phillips speaking to you from the observatory at Princeton. I'm standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for an outline splitting city. Through this opening, I can see a sprinkling of stars that cast a kind of frosty glow over the intricate mechanism of the huge telescope. Picking sounds you hear, vibrations upon it. Professor Pearson stands directly above me on a small platform, peering through this giant lens. I ask you to be patient, ladies and gentlemen. If there's any delay that may arise during our interview. Besides the ceaseless watch of the heavens, Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communication. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I begin our questions?
At any time, Mr. Phillips.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disk swimming in the blue sea. Transverse stripes across the disk. Quite distinct now because Mars happens to be at the point nearest the Earth in opposition, as we call it.
In your opinion, what does the transverse stripe signify, Professor?
Not canals, I can assure you, Mr. Phillips. Although,
Okay!
be inhabited. From a scientific viewpoint, the stripes are merely the result of atmospheric conditions peculiar to the planet.
Then you're quite convinced, as a scientist, that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
Say the chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for the gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at regular intervals?
Phillips, I cannot account for it.
By the way, Professor, for the benefit of our listeners, how far is Mars from the Earth?
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that seems a safe enough distance. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the observatory in Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing the world-famous astronomer, Professor Pearson. One moment, please. Professor Pearson has passed me a message which you have just received. Professor, may I read the message to the listening audience?
Certainly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson and Dr. Gray.
Who's next?
I'm not entirely sure whether I did this in my the other playthrough I did.
Professor Morris of Macmillan University reports observing a total of 3 explosions on the planet Mars between the hours of 7:45 p.m. and 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This confirms earlier reports received from American observatories.
But
Now nearer home comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m. a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was heard as far north as Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene. We'll have our commentator, Carl Phillips, give you a word picture of the scene as soon as he can reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Brooklyn, where Bobby Millett and his orchestra are offering the program of dance music.
You got a lot of ammo on them. Mini nukes everywhere, man.
We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Our steps must be measured.
Agreed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again, out at the Wilmus Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Mr. Pearson and myself made the 11 miles from Princeton in 10 minutes. Well, I hardly know where to begin. Thanks to your word picture of the strange scene before my eyes, like something out of a modern Arabian night. I just got here. I haven't had a chance to look around yet. I guess that's...
I wonder if there's
that's the thing directly in front of me.
a bobblehead in the Capitol building. Seems like there would be, right?
It must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Clinton? What would you say, what's the diameter of this?
About 30 yards.
About 30 yards. The metal on the sheet is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is sort of yellowish white. Curious spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. Getting in front of my line of vision. Would you mind stepping aside, please? While the police crowd back. Here's Mr. Wilmot, over in the pond here. He may have some interesting facts to add. Mr. Wilmot, would you please tell the radio audience as much as you remember of this rather unusual visitor that stopped in your backyard? And step closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Wilmot.
I'm assistant to the radio.
Closer, louder.
Pardon?
Louder, please.
I'm assistant to the radio and kind of proud. That professor fellow was talking about Mars. Well, I was half chosen.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then what happened?
Well, as I was saying, I was listening to the radio, kind of halfway.
Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then you saw something.
Not first off. I heard something.
And what did you hear?
Hissing sound like this. Kind of like a 4th of July rocket.
Yes, then what?
I turned my head up the window and could have sworn I was dreaming.
Yes.
Seen a kind of greenish streak and then zingo. Something smacked the ground. Knocked me clear out of my chair.
Well, were you frightened, Mr. Wilmot?
Well, I ain't quite sure. Reckon I was kind of riled.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much. That's quite all right. That's exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen. I wish I could convey the atmosphere, the background of this fantastic scene. Hundreds of cars are parked in the field in back of the police are trying to rope off the roadway leading into the farm, but it's no use. They're breaking right through. Cars' headlights throw an enormous spotlight on the pit where the object has buried. Some of the more daring souls now are standing near the edge. Their silhouettes stand out against the metal sheet. One man wants to touch the thing, and he knocks on the policeman. Now the policeman wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned. Over here!
You're dead!
You call it. Inside the thing.
Possibly unequal cooling of the surface.
I think you still think it's a meteor, Professor.
Metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in a meteorite. This thing is smooth. You can see it's cylindrical
Just a minute.
shape.
Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and this thing must be hollow.
Who's next?
Something I can see coming out of that black hole through luminous disc. The eyes might be a face, might be... Big thing body, now it's large. Large as a bear. Pistons like wet leather.
Put up a fight!
Kind of V shape was the life dripping from the river's twisted state of river pulsating. Monster, whatever it is, can hardly move. It seems weighed down by possibly gravity or something. The thing's rising up now, and the cloud falls back. It seems plenty. And until now, can't find words. Well, you're dead. I've stuck the scriptures on.
God damn it, boss.
Okay, who's next?
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmot Farm, Groversville, New Jersey. We now return you to Carl Phillips at Groversville.
Ladies and gentlemen, my aunt. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back to stone wall that joins this Wilmot Farm. From here,
There
I'll
is
get a brief of
reason
the whole
to
thing.
be
I'll give
cautious.
you every detail as long as I can talk, as long as I can say it. More state police have arrived. They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the cart back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain conferring with someone. Can't quite see who.
Yeah.
Yes, I've read it. Yes, it is. Now they can find it. The professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain and two policemen advance with something in his hand. I see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a wall. Flying
Oh.
through. Those creatures know what that means, what anything means. Wait a minute, something's happening. Something is rising out of the pit. They make out a small beam of light against the mirror. The jet of flame spraying from the mirror and leaps right at the advancing men. Strikes them head.
Talent company sucks.
Continue the broadcast from Groversville. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego,
Now
California.
trying hard. I win again!
On Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the
Again. Time to die!
Ladies and gentlemen,
I win again!
Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead
There are
in a field
times that
east
I
of the
feel
village of Grover's Mill. Their bodies
the primal
burned and
part of
distorted
me
beyond all possible
pulling me
recognition.
away. Hey,
The next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, crawled back into the pit and made no attempt to prevent the efforts of the firemen to recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. Mercer County are fighting. We have been unable to
okay, who's next?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you his explanation of the calamity. The next voice you hear will be that of Professor Pearson, brought to you by direct wire. Professor Pearson.
Bleeding.
Of the creatures in the rocket cylinder, Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information either to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth. Of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as the heat ray. Creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they project in a parallel beam against any object they
What's up, Bravo? How you doing, man?
Parabolic mirror of unknown composition. Much as the mirror of a lighthouse projects a beam of light. That is my conjecture of the origin of the heat ray.
Thank you, Professor Pearson. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a bulletin from Trenton. It is a brief statement informing us that the charred body of Carl Phillips has been identified in the Trenton hospital. Now here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill are now under control. Shots before all quiet in the pit. There is no sign of life appearing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations. Allow entire broadcasting facility. View of the gravity of the situation. All times. We are turning over our facilities to state militia expense. Field headquarters of the state.
I'm busy right now, sweetheart. Don't bring that noise in here.
But adequately armed with rifles and machine guns. All cause for alarm, such cause ever existed, is now entirely unjustified. Things, whatever they are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the surface. See their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlights here. With all their reported resources, these creatures can scarcely stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the troops. I can make out their cotton uniforms, crossing back and forth from the light. It's almost like a real war. There appears to be some slight smoke in the woods bordering the Millstone River. Probably fire started on campus. Well, you ought to see some action soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick thrust will all be over. Wait a minute, I see something on top of the cylinder. No, it's nothing but a shadow. Now the troops are on the edge of the Wilmot Farm. 7,000-armed men closing in on an old metal tube. That's tough, rather. Well, wait,
See if I can go and find that.
solid metal, kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. Going higher and higher. But it's standing on legs. Actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
It's all columns. East entrance is what
Ladies
I
and
need.
gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make.
Yeah.
Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes
The primal part.
lead to the inescapable
Pulling.
assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey
Me
farmland
away.
are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars. The battle which took place tonight at Grover Mills presented one of the most startling defeats ever suffered by an army in modern times.
I heard you the first time. Stop.
Pitted against
Stop.
a single fighting machine of the invaders from Mars.
Either chill out or go out there.
120 known survivors.
Go on.
The rest
Go
rolled
on.
over the battle area from Grover's Mill
Go on.
to
You want to go out there? You can go out there. But no meowing. I'm not even in the mood for it right now. It's raining out there. You're not going to want to go out there anyway.
New Jersey and has effectively cut the state through its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are torn and service from New York to Philadelphia discontinued except routing some of the trains to Allison and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and Army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton. Is estimated to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency. The Secretary of the Interior.
Citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation confronting us, nor the concern of your government in protecting the lives and property of its citizens. However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you,
That was cool.
still confined to a
That
comparative
was that was a cinematic
place our faith in the
flip and
military
twirl.
forces to keep them there.
That was great.
In the meantime, placing our faith in God, we must continue the performance of our duties, each and every one of us, so that we may confront this destructive adversary.
Hold you!
United
That was too easy!
by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Edge.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth.
So there's no real purpose to this.
Hiding in this empty house near Grover.
It's an empty room.
All island of daylight cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. A life that has no continuity with the present. Filled with the lonely derelict who... Astronomical notes bearing the signature Richard. Try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who on October 20th lives through his telescope.
No more games! Time to die!
My colleagues, my students, books, my observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What day is it? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to wipe the clock? In writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book, which was meant to record the movements of the stars. To write, I must live, and to live, I must eat. Find moldy bread in the kitchen, orange, not too spoiled, swallow. Keep watch at the window. From time to time, I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in black coil, but thanks to hissing sound, and suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam.
So dumb.
His face is pulled back. Watching the corner as his huge metal legs nearly
Oh, you went! I got me back!
morning. Sun streams from the window. Black cloud of gas
Okay, so this is probably
For some reason I feel safer trailing these monsters.
has to do with the presidential metro, I guess.
And I can
with the,
get to
um,
work.
The Brotherhood quest and everything.
One of them machines here over the top of the trees. I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. Come to a chestnut.
Holy shit.
I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion. Points north.
It's so exciting and dramatic though, doesn't it?
From the roof of broadcasting building, New York City. Those who here are rigging warn the people to evacuate the city as Martians approach. Estimated in the last 2 hours, 3 million people.
To
moved
see what
out
the
along
fuck
the
I'm
road
looking at. Here we go.
to the north. Hutchinson River Parkway is still kept open for motor traffic. Boyd Bridges to Long Island hopelessly jammed. All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defense. Our army is wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. This may be the last broadcast. We'll stay here.
We come out on the backside of
People are holding
the Capitol building.
below us, the cathedral. Now I look down the harbor, all manner of boats, overloaded with fleeing population, pulling out docks. Streets are all jammed. Noise and crowds like New Year's Eve in the city. Wait a minute, the enemy's now in sight above the Palisades. Five great machines. First one is crossing the river. I can see it from here, waiting to Hudson like a man waiting to approach. Bullets and Martian cylinders are falling all over the country.
Not bad. Not bad.
One outside of Buffalo, one in Chicago, St. Louis. Seems to be time and space. Now the first machine reaches the shore. He stands watching, looking over the city. Feels how his head is even with the skyscraper. He waits for the others. They rise like a line of new towers on the city's west side. Now they're lifting their metal hands. This is the end now. Smoke comes out, black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River, thousands of them. Dropping in like rats.
Our steps must be
Smoke
measured.
spreading faster. Times Square.
Die!
Now they
Too easy.
100 yards away.
Okay. station collected. Oh, sorry. Where did you come? The fuck?
Anyone on the air? Is there anyone on the air? Is there anyone? Who else? Who else?
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and Mercury Theatre on the Air, the original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
Okay.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I'm hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. Small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke.
I want to say this looks familiar.
All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. Life that has no continuity.
That I was here.
In
the past.
Derelict. Pencils these words on the back of some astronomical note bearing
Let's see.
signature. Richard Pearson. Put down in my blackened hand.
Yeah,
I
probably.
connect them with a professor who lived at Princeton and who on the night of
Probably.
October 20th
Air smells.
glimpsed through his telescope an orange flash of light on the distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, students, books, observatory, my world. Where are they?
This is where the guy that had all of the fucking mines and shit,
The days
surrounded by a nuke.
do exist without calendars. This time passed when there are no human hands left to wind the clock. Writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book. Meant to
Yeah, I've
record
definitely been through here. So let's go and see that that building over here that had that Talon Company Merc in it. See if there's anything in there.
Keep watching the window. Time to time I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil. Makes a hissing sound, and suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam that dissipates smoke. I'm watching a corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house. Watched it by terror, I followed. Morning. Sun streams from the window. Black cloud began to lift it. Forest, meadows, north looks as though a black snowstorm. I venture from the house and make my way to a road, no traffic. Here and there, a wrecked car, baggage overturned, black skeleton. Push on north. For some reason I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the Martians. Should one of their machines appear over the top of the trees, I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. squirrel at the beach tree. Stared at him once. He stared back at me. I believe it. At that moment, the animal and I shared the same emotion. Joy of finding another living being. Push on north. Find dead cows in the brackish field beyond the charred ruins of the dairy and silo. Leave stand guard over the wasteland and the lighthouse. Deserted. Stride the silo, perches a weathercock, the arrow. Points north. North. Next day I come to the city. City vaguely familiar and encountered it with buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off. The giant sliced off the highest parts of the capricious sweep net.
Ah.
Reached the outskirts of Newark. Newark, not demolished but humbled by some whim of the advancing Martians. Presently, with an odd feeling of being watched, I caught sight of someone crouching in a doorway. I stepped towards him. Rose up and became a man armed with a large knife. From many places. A long time ago, from Princeton.
I'm here, at your back.
Yes.
There's no food here. This is my country. All this understand. Where you going?
I don't know.
You hear something? Crawl in this doorway. Still living. Daylight, you can't see him. 5 days ago, a couple of them.
Too easy.
Then it's all over with humanity. Still you and I. Two of us left.
Themselves in the south. They wrecked the greatest country in the world.
What's that?
There isn't anything to do. We're done.
Where were you? You're in Europe.
I was
Hello? Someone there?
There wasn't any war, any more than there's war between man and ant.
Yes, but where?
What was that?
Found that out.
Huh?
I felt it all apart. Right now, we're caught.
Now try and hide from
Marching
this!
to go a few miles.
Yeah!
In catching the systematic one, keeping the best, storing it in cases and things.
That was really
They
cool.
haven't begun on us yet.
Big gun.
Not begun. All that's happened so far is because we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bothering with guns and stuff and losing our heads and rushing off the crowd. Instead of rushing around blind, we gotta fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization,
Yes,
progress.
but if that's so, what is there to live for?
Well, there won't be any more concerts for a years or so, and nice little dinners and restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I guess the game's up.
What is there
Be
left?
aware of our surroundings.
I want to live. We're not gonna exterminate.
Yes, folks, yes.
I don't mean to sport either. Tamed, fat, and bred like an ox.
You're gonna
I'm going on. Right into their feet. I got a plan. We men is men. Finished. We don't know enough. We've got to learn plenty before we get a chance. We've got to live and keep free while we learn, see? I thought it all out.
split a rib.
Well, it's all of it. Wild beast.
we're done here.
Afraid that you can if it isn't running back at night. Afraid there wouldn't be any time for them. Lives, sure, a little investment in fact. Yeah, worried about the market. Those nice, good food, careful breathing, no worries. Yeah, for a week or so, chasing around the field, stomachs, they'll come. Be glad to come.
Thought it all out, huh?
Better. That is more. Marshall's one of those pets of training to do tricks. Who knows? Gets sentimental with a pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah. Some they're trained to hunt us. Yes, they will. There's men who do it gladly. But
Meantime, you and I and others like it. Where are we to live? Martians on the earth.
live underground. Think about the sewers. Under New York, they're miles and miles back. The main ones are big enough running. And there's some malls, underground storerooms, railway tunnels, subways. Good to see. We got a bunch of strong men here. No weak. That rubbish. Out.
As you met me.
You are there.
Won't quarrel about this.
You gotta make safe places for us to stay in. It always hooks me. Science books. That's where men like you can learn. Great museums. Will even spy on the Martians. May not be so much we have to learn before. Just imagine this. 4 of fire with their own fighting machines as we start off. Heat rays right and left. Not a Martian in them. Not a Martian in them, see? But men. Men who learn the way out. Maybe in our time. Gee. Imagine having one of them lovely things with a heat ray wide and free. We turn it on Martians. We turn it on men. We bring everybody down on their knees.
That's your plan.
Me. Mars. We don't know where.
I see.
Hey. Where we going?
Not to your world. Bye, stranger. Well, after parting with the artilleryman, I came at last to the Holland Tunnel, entered that silent tube. Anxious to know the fate of the great city on the other side of the Hudson. Cautiously, I came out of the tunnel and made my way up Canal Street. Reached 14th Street, and again, black wandered up to the 30s and 40s.
Be aware of our surroundings.
Caught sight of a lean dog running down 7th. Made a wide circle around it, so I feared I might. Walked up Broadway in the direction of that. Laying there, you wares, empty sidewalks. Past the Capitol Theater, silent, dark. Past a shooting gallery where a row of empty guns faces a rested line of wooden ducks. Near Columbus Circle. I noticed models from 1939. In the empty street. Over the top of the General Motors building, I watched a flock of black birds circling the sky. Hurried on. Suddenly, I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine. Standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Same idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 6th Street. From there, I could see standing in a silent row along the mall, 19 great metal... Where? That I looked in vain for the monsters that inhabited the machine. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted to the immense flock of black birds that hovered directly below me. They circled the ground. And there before my eyes, dark and silent, lay the march of hungry birds.
Sam Barton.
Dead body.
Just a friendly reminder to all you would-be
Later,
pagans
when
out
the
there.
bodies were
Go to
examined in
their people
laboratories,
too.
it was found that they were
You see,
Yeah, but he tried to shoot me in the fucking face.
given disease bacteria
been
against which
exposed
their
to an
systems were
ungodly amount of
unprepared.
radiation and haven't had the good fortune
Playing
to die.
after all, man, that's what it failed. The humblest thing, God, is wisdom that upon his good.
Very much.
Before the cylinder fell, there was
So please, if you meet
general
on the
persuasion
capital
that through all the deceit,
Found you. Where?
no life existed. Now we see further. Dim and wonderful is the vision I've conjured up in my mind of life spreading slowly from this little seedbed of the solar system throughout the inanimate vastnesses of sidereal space. A remote dream.
Damn it.
Is only a reprieve.
What up a fight?
Future or dangerous. Strange it now seems to sit in my peaceful study, Princeton, writing down this last chapter of the record, begun at the deserted farm, Broken Hill. Strange to watch children playing in the streets. Strange to see young people strolling on the green where the old spring grass heals the last black scars. Strange to watch the sightseers enter the museum where the disassembled parts of a Martian machine are kept in public view. Strange when I recall the time I first saw it. Bright, clean cut, hard, silent, under the dawn of that last great day. This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character, to assure you that the War of the World has no further significance than the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't poke all your windows and steal all your garden gates. By tomorrow night, so we did the best honest thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You'll be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it, and that both institutions are still open for business.
Okay.
Goodbye, everybody, and remember, please,
That's why the Jefferson one was offline.
that grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the Punkett Patch. Your doorbell rings and nobody's there. That was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you the War of the World by H.G. Wells, the 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air.
There's safety!
Next week, we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories.
This is Griffin recording. All you clowns, listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of the bottling operation while I'm away doing my thing at Underworld. Here are my instructions. First off, shoot anyone who isn't me or one of you. Don't want anyone nosing around inside. When Bigsley's men arrive from Project Purity, pay them promptly, but don't let them in. Take the aqua pura, dump it into tubs and sinks to hold for later, then fill the empty bottles with the treated irradiated water. When you get enough bottles to make it worthwhile, make a trip over to Underworld. I'll take the new bottles and give you your cut. Oh, and leave the wigs alone. I don't want your greasy heads touching them. I mean it.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world is being watched closely by intelligences greater than man, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busy themselves
In my
about their very
throatness.
perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds ours that the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Dissolution. Near the end of October, business was better. The war scare was over. More men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radios.
Not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We take you now to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra. With the touch of the Spanish, Raymond Raquello leads off with La Capacita. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Stevens Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York. Bulletin a moment ago, the Government Meteorological Bureau has requested the large observatories of the country to keep an astronomical watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars. Due to the unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with a noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event.
10 drinkers of Aquacura do 50% better on all... Well, hello there, smooth skin. Aha! That's right, my good fellow. The amazing Aquacura will rescue, restore, and regrow your hair back from premature balding. Act now, and I'll throw in a box of Abraxo for... Wait for it. Free! Mix those together and you'll have the best shampoo known to mankind. So what do you... A free sample, you say? Well, I normally don't do this. But, ladies and gentlemen, ding, ding, ding. Step right up in the neck.
Mechanism of the huge telescope.
Step right up. Aye. My what now?
What?
My bottling operation. Oh, you mean where I add my secret ingredient to the aqua pura? I can't believe it. I have a good thing going here. I'm not hurting anyone. I mean, really. Reverse the cool condition with a bottle of water? Fine. I've made enough money here anyway.
What?
Well, it's probably best if I tell them. Wish me luck.
The Earth in opposition.
Ah, my loyal customers and friends. It appears I may have slightly exaggerated some of the benefits of the amazing advertisement.
From a scientific viewpoint, describes the merely the result of atmospheric conditions peculiar to the planet.
Then you're quite convinced that the scientists, that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
There's a chance against it or 1,000 to 1.
So.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet at
Well, I cannot account for it.
By the way, sir, for the benefit of our listeners, how far is Mars from the Earth?
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that seems a safe enough distance. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the observatory in Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing...
What's up, tourist?
Your message is here just to see. Professor, may I read the message to the listening audience? Ladies and gentlemen, I read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. J, the Natural History Museum, New York. Quote, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Seismograph registered shock of almost earthquake intensity occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed Lloyd Ray, Chief Astronomical Division. Unquote. Professor Pearson, does this occurrence possibly have something to do with the disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Hardly, Mr. Phillips. It's probably a meteorite of unusual size, and its arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. However, we should conduct the search as soon as daylight permits.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the observatory of Princeton. Bringing you
Nice,
a
sweetie.
interview with Professor Pearson, noted astronomer. This is Carl Phillips speaking. We are returning you now to our New York City.
Yes, I'm not looking for that at the moment. Would very much like to get to Suit School.
Professor Morris of Macmillan University reports observing a total of 3 explosions on the planet Mars between the hours of 7:45 p.m. and 9:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This confirms earlier reports received from American Observatory. Now, nearer home, comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m. a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Groversville, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles. The noise of the impact was heard far off in the distance. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and will have our commentator
There is
Carl
reason
Phillips
to be.
pictures of the scene as soon as we reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Jersey, where President Millett and his orchestra are offering a program of down music.
I guess that's the thing directly in front of me. Half buried in a vast pit. Must have some terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters and tree and must have struck on its way down. But I can see the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor. At least not the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Pearson?
What's that?
What would you say, what's the diameter of the...
About 30 yards.
About 30 yards. The metal on the sheet is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is sort of yellowish white. It's curious.
Ooh, I hate these motherfuckers. Where did you come from? God damn, wasted fucking, like, all my fucking ammo. God damn.
Found you!
Studying the object while
That was too easy.
Are you fucking serious, folks? That was crazy.
let down a small beam of light against the mirror. Just flame springs in the mirror that leads right to the men. Strike them head on. Logs are turning into flames. The whole field caught by the woods of the fire. The gas tank, tanks of the automobile spreading everywhere. Coming this way now. About 20 yards to my right.
What a fight!
Continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Eaglecopper speaking at a general
I've never been able to disarm one of those.
In all things,
It is nice to see one intact.
more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
Those things are creepy as fuck. Alright, we made it to Lawfall. Almost died. That was cool. Very fucking happy to find Lawfall Plaza by finally.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. Strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault,
game's over! Here, you!
Fighting the flames, which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please.
Game's over!
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy.
Like, I mean... I really don't, I mean, Fox is the ultimate, like, just don't give a shit type companion.
Set down these notes on paper.
Careful.
I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. A small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. Life with no continuity.
Shit.
Furtive existence. Lonely derelict with pencil these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing
Useful. Damn, there are a lot of caps here.
look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lived at Princeton and who on the night of October 20th glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, my students, books. Observatory? My world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? Days. Still days exist without calendars. Does time pass when there are no human hands left to watch the clock? Writing down my daily life, I tell myself I should preserve human history between the dark covers, little book, meant to record.
Though we may seem safe for the moment, it is fleeting.
Live on teeth. Find molded bread in the kitchen, orange, not spoiled, swallow. Keep water in the window. Time to time I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil. Suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam as it dissipates smoke. Watching a corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house.
We should be mindful.
Yes, that's correct. So my pocket. 2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally I notice a living creature. A small red squirrel in a beech tree. Staring at one. He stares back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion. highest stars of the capricious sweep of his hand.
I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building. I'm speaking from the roof of Broadcasting Building, New York City. The bells you hear are ringing to warn the people to evacuate the city as Martians approach. Estimated in the last 2 hours, 3 million people have moved out along the road north. Hudson River Parkway is still kept open for motor traffic. Boyd Bridge, Long Island, hopelessly jammed. All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defenses. Our army wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. Maybe the last broadcast. We'll stay here to the end. People are holding service here below us in the cathedral.
Very much.
That people
So
trust
I look down the
not
harbor,
to
all
attack me.
Found a
manner of boats,
shady bookstore.
overloaded with fleeing population pulling out from docks. Streets are all jammed. Noise and crowds like New Year's Eve in the city. The enemy is now in sight above the palisades. 5.
It's a reading room for the discreet gentleman. It's a porno mag place.
First one is
Oh, that was right on time.
St. Louis. Now the first machine reaches the shore. Field Cowley's head is skyscraper. Now they're lifting their metal hands. This is the end now. People in the streets see it now. They're running. Now the smoke spreading faster. It reaches Times Square. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use. They're falling like flies. Now the
So. Hope everybody's enjoying the action tonight. Forgot there were so many little places off the beaten. Like, there's just so many little spots to go and check out.
Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, an original dramatization of The War of the World by H.G. Wells. Performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting
Yeah.
System. The War of the World by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
Oh, jeez.
notes on paper. I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. A small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. A life that has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of the lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing the signature Richard Pearson. Look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who on the night of October 20th glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, my students, my books, my observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What day is it? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to wind the clocks? In writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book meant to record the movement of the stars. Write and live and eat.
Right.
Find moldy bread in the kitchen, an orange not too spoiled to swallow. Keep watch for wood.
What?
Time to time I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black door.
That is not an enemy.
Hissing sound. Suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam that dissipates smoke. I watch in the corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house.
Oh.
Exhausted by terror, I fall asleep. Morning. Sun streaming from the window. Black cloud of gas lifted and scorched meadows north of the black snowstorm.
No more games! Time to die!
Where are you?
Some reason I feel safe.
Creepy ass guard dogs.
Move on!
Onto a chestnut.
Okay.
Chestnuts are right. Well, they're probably 2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally, I notice a living creature. A small red squirrel in a beech tree. I stare at him in wonder. He stares back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I share the same emotion. The joy of finding another living being. Push on. Find dead cows in a brackish field beyond the charred ruins of a dairy silo. Stand guard over the wasteland of the light. Deserted by the sea. Astride the silo perches a weathercock, the arrow. Points north.
These 2 weeks ago, sent her along to the
Next
range.
day I come to the
Sounds
city.
of it.
City, vaguely familiar in its contours, yet its buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off as if a giant had sliced off its highest towers with a capricious sweetness air. Reach the outskirts and found Newark. Newark, not demolished, but humbled by some whim of the advancing Martians. Presently, with an odd feeling of being watched, I caught sight of something crouching in a doorway and stepped toward it. Rose up and became a man armed with a large knife. I come from many places. A long time ago, from Princeton.
Grover's Mill.
Yes.
Grover's Mill. There's no food here. This is my country. All this end of town down the river. There's only food for one. Which way you going?
I don't know. I
That's
guess
sad as
I'm
fuck.
looking for people.
Not sure if I've ever come across that that note before. I'm actually finding some stuff that and a number of things that I missed along my first couple of playthroughs.
Hey, we're in the open. Let's go.
Have you seen any Martians?
We're going over to New York. Night, the sky is alive with the lights. There's people that are still living.
There you are!
Daylight.
Yeah! Too easy.
I think they're learning how to fly. Fly? Yeah, fly.
I can hear you. Now try and hide. There you are!
Stranger, it's still you and I.
There isn't anything to do. We're done. We're licked.
Where were you? You're in a uniform.
I was in the National Guard. That's good. There wasn't any war. Any more than there's war between man and man.
Yes, but we're eatable land. I found that out. What do they do to us?
I thought it all out. Right now, we're quarters for one. Marching on has to go a few miles to get us out on the run. So you keep on doing it.
I win again!
Quiet. Bothering them with guns and such stuff, and losing our heads and rushing off the crowd. Instead of our rushing around blind, we gotta fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization, progress.
Yes, but if that's true, what is there to live for?
There won't be any more concerts for years or so, and nice little dinners at restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I can think something.
Okay.
What is there left?
Life, that's what. I want to live. Yeah, what do you think? We're not going to be exterminated. I don't mean to be caught either. Pain, fat, bred like an ox.
What are you gonna do?
What's going on? Right under their feet. I got a plan. We men as men. We don't know enough. We gotta learn plenty before we get a chance. We gotta live, keep free while we learn, see? I've thought it all out, see?
For the rest.
It isn't all of us. Wild beast. That's what it gotta be. That's why I watch.
So that's everything in Lowfall Plaza. Let's go check out this office building.
Run off to work. I've seen hundreds of them run to catch their commuters train. Afraid that you can if they just run them back at night. Afraid they wouldn't be in time for dinner. Live, sure. A little investment to take back. Yeah, no. Worried about the hereafter. Martians, they were godsend for those. Nice roomy kids. Good food, careful food, no worries. Yeah, after a week or so of chasing around the field.
Thought it all out.
Better.
Nice.
These Martians are gonna make pets of them. Train them to do tricks. Who knows? Get sentimental for the pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah. Some maybe. They'll train
Oh,
to hunt us.
that's actually a nice little sum of money for it.
Yes, they will. Me, bye.
Meantime, you and I and others like us, where are we to live? The Martians own the Earth.
All figured out. We live underground. I've been thinking about the sewers. Under New York, they're miles and miles of them. The main ones, they're big enough for anybody. And there's cellars, vaults, underground storerooms, railway tunnels, subways. You didn't see it. The got a bunch of strong men together. Gnome, that rubbish, out.
As you meant me.
All right, so I feel like reading a couple of them. So here's something from. I assume this is a newspaper. Good morning, Chief. By Dorothy Proud, Capitol Post staff writer. Yep. In the late evening hours of January 10th, brave American Army forces launched an all-out offensive against the entrenched Chinese communist invaders in the beleaguered seaport of Anchorage, Alaska, destroying all opposition and finally liberating the city after more than 10 years of Chinese occupation. No red-blooded American can ever forget that terrible winter of 2066, when Chairman Chiang's commie cutthroats mercilessly invaded the icy extension of the United States. In an unprecedented act of foreign aggression that sent shockwaves all the way back to our nation's capital. But the nightmare is finally over, and America, always the home of the brave, is once again the land of the free. So the first one was called Commies Crush, the second one is called Food Riots, Rile Feds, by Walter Street Beat Monroe, Capitol Post staff writer. It would appear that Washington's tolerance for American social disorder has finally reached its breaking point. Sounds familiar. In a recent public statement, White House spokesman Warren Eccleston said, "Okay, Americans are hungry. We get it. Well, I've got news for you. Things are tough all over, people. The president himself has been forced to substitute cube steak for his nightly prime rib, and the only wine available is a detestable Chateau Montrose 2043, you asshole. But does he wine? Yes. Does he take to the streets like a rabid red? No. He eats well. So please, good people, please wait in line, get your food, and then go home. We're Americans. We do not solve our problems with violence. Yes, the fuck we do."
Suddenly I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine, standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Same idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above 60th Street. From there I could see, standing in a silent row along the mall, 19 of those great metal...
This one's called U.S. to Annex Canada, by Dorothy Proud, Capitol Post staff writer. In a move that is being widely viewed as both necessary and overdue, the United States military today declared that they will begin the immediate annexation of the country of Canada. The decision comes after a long and contentious relationship with the Canadian government that began shortly after the Chinese invasion of Anchorage, Alaska, in the winter of 2066. The Canadian leadership at the time expressed its opposition to American troops passing through their country or traversing their airspace, but ultimately capitulated. Tensions with our neighbor to the north have only escalated since then, as the United States has found itself relying heavily on Canada's natural resources, including wood cultivated from the country's great timberland forests, to maintain the war effort against Canada. But it was a recent near sabotage of the Alaskan pipeline that finally tipped the American military's hand. That was the last straw, said Buzz Babcock, commander of U.S. forces in Canada. You know what's been stopping the Reds from pouring into downtown Juneau? American soldiers, that's what. And now we've got to worry about someone, Chinese, Alaskan, or otherwise, taking out the pipeline? I don't think so. Effective immediately, United States troops are beginning a complete takeover of all Canadian assets and resources. Little America is ours, but let's face it, it always has been. And the second one is called Development of Super Weapons Confirmed by Walter Streetbeat Monroe, Capitol Post staff writer. In a startling turnaround from their previous policy of complete covert development, the United States Army has confirmed that they are indeed working on a new superweapon, one designed specifically to crush the Red Chinese invasion force and liberate occupied Anchorage, Alaska, once and for all. Liberty Prime. Speaking at an Army press conference at the Pentagon, General Constantine Chase, that asshole, stated, "No more secrets. The time has come to lay all our cards on the table so that the Chinese can see with their own eyes that we've got the winning hand." The United States Army is proud to announce that for the first time in history, General Atomics International and ROBCO have joined forces to create for this great country a superweapon that will leave every single yellow-bellied red shaking in their commie booties. Unfortunately for our readers, that's as specific as Chase is willing to get. While he and the Army are ready for China to know the U.S. is developing a new weapon, they're not quite ready to divulge just what it is, or when it will be ready for deployment. All in due time. All in due time. Rest assured, when this weapon is complete, liberty will come to Anchorage and hell will follow. It's not bad. That was, you know.
Your doorbell rings and nobody's there. That was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you The War of the World by H.G. Wells, 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Next week, we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in The War of the World by Ladies and gentlemen, the director of Mercury Theater and star of this broadcast, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man, yet mortal in soul. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns,
Who's this? Gibson.
scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures, swarm, multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs,
Search the
serene in
house.
the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours are to the beasts in the jungle, intellects, vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against
So I assume that's the
in the 39th year
it's
of
the
20th
owner of the
century came
key,
greatest
Gibson's
illusion.
key or whatever.
Near the end of
I don't
October,
know.
business was better. The war scare was over. All men were back at work. Sales were picking up. On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radio.
Not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecasted rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We take you now to the Merging Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond
Okay, so
Raquello.
Gibson is a reference to Hideo Kojima's video game Snatcher, which starred a minor character named Jean-Jacques Gibson, who is also found decapitated in the same manner in the ruins of a factory. He also has a note upon him reading "Search the House." In Snatcher, there is also a Gibson's house, wherein his daughter Katrina resides, which also contains a small model home. Within the model are various clues.
Reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Raymond Raquello playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel situated in downtown New York.
Yeah, I think I've already been through here too.
And now a tune that never loses favor. The ever-popular Stardust. Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
I think I got in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin a moment ago,
Okay, so that's it for this term, or for this particular building.
watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars.
Okay.
We have arranged an interview with noted astronomer Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on this event. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then, the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
Gotta go back and. Ooh.
There you are!
We are ready now to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips.
Don't think. I think. Fox is the one that got him, but.
Vibration of fire. Pearson stands directly above me on a small platform, staring through this giant lens. I ask you to be patient, ladies and gentlemen. There is no ray that may arise in besides the ceaseless watch to heaven, that the Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communication. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I begin our questions?
At any time, Mr. President.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see
All right.
as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disc swimming in a blue sea. Transverse strike across the disc. Quite distinct now because Mars happens to be at the point there as the Earth in opposition. We call it
In your opinion,
We must walk some.
not canal, I can assure you, Mr. Phillips. Although that's the possibility.
see. Of course you're carrying a fucking fork.
That was too easy. No more games. Time to die. That was too easy. Be aware of the present moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again, out of the Wilman Farms over in New Jersey. Self-made 11 miles of Texas. Well, I don't know where to begin. Thank you, a word picture of strange things before my eyes. Modern late at night. Well, I just got here and had a chance to look around yet. I guess that's it. Yes, that's the thing directly in front of me. Half buried in the last
Here you go, Merlin. Some wall decorations for you. Right there too. Lots of chems around here. Alright, let's go see what they were guarding.
How do you? Now you went and got your way back!
That was a freaking handprint on there.
Present moment.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmer, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen. I would like to say the atmosphere, the background of this fantastic scene.
Who the fuck was living down here, man? Yeah, we know. unless people got... No, they didn't get stuck down here or anything.
Metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. When the Earth's set, they usually tear holes in meteorites. Holes. Believe me, let me say.
Nothing's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Griffin. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw and the thing will be hollow.
There is safety in mindfulness.
Crystals like wet leather, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, to describe it like a heart of a horse, I keep looking at it. All of it. Lean like a serpent in the mountains. A kind of V-shape that's alive, it's dripping. Keep way down by possibly gravity.
I was having a barbecue back here. It's interesting.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what happened on Wilmot Farm, Groversville, New Jersey.
Okay. Through here.
We now return you to Carl Phillips at Groversville.
Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back to Stonewall and joined with Wilmot Garden. From here, I get a brief of the whole case. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk, as long as I can see. More state police have arrived and drawing up a cordon in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the car back now. They're willing to keep their distance. The captain purring his summons. Like to see who. Oh, yes, I believe it's Professor Sid. Yes, it is. Now they've parted. The professor moves around one side, studying the object while the captain is
Oh. Automatically getting fucking flack. Superman's mutant's like, I just wanted to shoot something. I didn't expect all this fucking return fire. I do love how the fucking the rail spikes fly in the air. You know, we still gotta go and check out Vault 101 again, because there's a whole thing with Amada. We actually do have things to do. damn fucking floor. I am confident you can handle yourself, Fox. There's a nice little defensive position.
One of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as the heat ray. Also evidence these creatures have scientific knowledge far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they project in a parallel beam against any object they choose.
So
Polished parabolic mirror.
all of these are done. Let's see.
Much as the mirror of a lighthouse projects a beam of light. That is my conjecture of the origin of the heat ray.
Thank you, Professor Pearson. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the bulletin from Trenton. It is a brief statement informing us that the charred body of Carl Phillips has been identified in the Trenton hospital. Now here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. Outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. Scouts report all quiet in the pit, and there is no sign of life appearing from the mouth of the cylinder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations. We have received a request from the State Militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facility. In view of the gravity of the situation, believing that radio has a responsibility to serve the public interest at all times, we are turning over our facilities to the State Militia of Trenton. We take you now to the field headquarters of the State Militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
This is Captain Lansing of the Signal Corps, attached to the State Militia. Now engaged in military operations in the vicinity of Grover's Mill. Situation arising from the reported presence of certain individuals of unidentified nature is now under complete control. The cylindrical object lies in a pit directly below our position, surrounded on all sides by 8 battalions of infantry. Without heavy field pieces, but adequately armed with rifles and machine guns. All cause for alarm.
We are not getting out of here through.
Things, whatever they are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the pit. See their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlight. With all their reported resources, these creatures will scarcely stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the troops. I can make out their cotton uniform crossing back and forth in front of the light. Looks almost like a real war. There appears to be some slight smoke in the woods bordering the Millstone River.
Archives right there.
Well, we ought to see some action soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick thrust and it'll all be over. Oh, wait a minute, I see something on top of the cylinder. No, it's nothing but a shadow. Now the armed men closing in on an old metal.
fairly sure I've already been here.
By morning, the fugitives will have swelled Philadelphia to 170. It is estimated quite a normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania.
This is more like a charnel house than the other place named Charnel House. This looks more like a charnel house than that place does. I was very disappointed disappointing for being named a charnel house. There we go. Whole ass fucking Protectron locked in there. Maybe it was somebody's favorite robot or something. So Tacoma Park, Tacoma Industrial.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth.
We are doing well.
Empty house near Rover's Mill. Small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. Life with no continuity is present. Furtive existence of a lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes-bearing signature. Richard Pearson. Look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who on the night of October 20th glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife?
I need to do a dab. My fucking shoulder's killing me.
Observatory? My world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What days? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to work the clock?
Let's see. So everything's still operating shit. Operating as it should. There we go. So while we chill for a second, let me.
Writing down my daily life, I told myself I should preserve human history between the dark covers.
I bought a thing for. Well, it's not just for the channel. I got my second rig. It will be here on Wednesday.
Keep watching the window.
It's a laptop,
Time to time I catch sight of her.
but
Black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil.
look, I'd like to play some other games with you guys on stream. I really, really would, but the rig I have now, like it's not it's enough. It's I can't stream comfortably and play Space Marine 2 from the same rig. So, I got a secondary rig so that I can do all the streaming from one side and then do the other, do the gaming from the other rig, and I just make that work. But not only will it help here, but I'll also be able to do some things while I'm on the go. I've always wanted to maybe I've always wanted to do some things at Miss Ashante's house.
2 days I wandered in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world.
And still, like, you know, like have like my creature comforts, which
He stared back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion.
I want to be able to bring my computer with me, and the phone just does not cut it. Not only that, but we can like mirror to the TV in the house. It's just to make things a little bit easier. I can watch movies with her, watch shows with her, and do stream. You know what I'm saying? Like I can do this over there.
Next day I come to a city. City vaguely familiar
Now,
in its contours, yet its buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off as if a giant had sliced off its highest
thing I did
flowers
not
with
think of
precious sweetness.
is the internet over there, but we'll figure that out. But at the very least, I can reach you and everybody else on mobile now. Like, you know, comfortably mobile. And I want to play Space Marine 2, but I can't stream it at the same time, so this is going to be able to help me with that. Not just Space Marine 2, but any of the games that are really intensive. I can do that now. There aren't too many that are like that, but getting a clean, smooth recording of like Cyberpunk or Space Marine without any stuttering would be really, really nice. Not to mention that being able to play my Steam library from anywhere would be really nice as well. That's it's one of the big draws. But I do have other games that I want to be able to play while I'm on the go, like while I'm at work. And there's nothing else to do. I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to stream from work. So I can kind of show you guys a little of what I do. And yeah, I can also make I can do better other stuff while I'm out there. And it's a purchase that I've been wanting to make for a while. It was either going to be a mini PC, a full-on secondary rig, or a laptop. I was going to go to the route of the mini rig, but it does not provide nearly enough power without just going into the realm of buying a regular PC. So, laptop it is. And I'm okay. It's fine. It's nice and beefy. It's an ROG, an Asus ROG rig. 4060 on the video card, 64 gigs of RAM, 4 terabyte hard drive. any more space, I have that available. I've got another removable drive that we can that I can whatever. So yeah, that's my investment in the channel for now. The camera does kind of suck though. It's only a 720p. I have two cameras that I can take with me, and if I need to, they're both 1080p. But who knows? It might come down to getting a new camera a little bit down the road, but I need to make some money back before I do that. So, let's take a dab. And also, since we're doing a dab real quick, you throw some music on. I do realize that I'm on much earlier than normal. Like usually I'm not even considering getting online until right about now. But my Sunday didn't normally go the normal way. It usually goes for Sunday. So here's me doing the work. I have the time, so I'm gonna. We're here, and for once, I'm not fucking dead tired while trying to do this either. So that helps, and it's more fair to you guys. I am making progress on public watch hours. Make sure you guys tune in. It really helps. I would very much like to earn money doing what I do. It would inspire me to pour more money, or not more money, but more resources in general into the channel. I already pour a substantial amount, but being successful at this kind of helps keep me going. Sometimes I'm one of those people that sometimes, like my brain is like, go ahead, man, just fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, go do something else. But no, I've had the will and the drive to stick to this. I'm not chasing anything, except for maybe making fucking money doing what I want to do, obviously. But I don't have I want to get rich or whatever, or I want to make it being a YouTuber. It's more like I have hobbies, and sometimes I get bored easily, so I kind of like to do different things. I want to stay busy. As fat boy as I am, I do like to keep moving. Unless I'm sleeping. I like to sleep. I really like to sleep. And shout out to Miss Ashante. I hope you're getting some rest. Sorry to hear that your weekend was not good. Let me know tomorrow if you want to do something. The van should be ready by sometime tomorrow. Shifter cable broke. Bobby was at work this morning, and the only thing he could do was go in reverse. And he was there for a couple hours trying to figure out what to do, trying to diagnose, see if he'd done something or whatever. Thank God we have AAA. And he was able to get a ride home from the tow guy after they dropped it off. You know, small miracles, I guess. You know, I also got some other games on my Steam that I would like to explore. Pacific Drive, Sons of the Forest. Again, we gotta play Stalker 2, but that's on Xbox. Path of Exile, the first and the second one. I fell off that quite a bit, but I do have a whole ass fucking character for Path of Exile. There's some other stuff, but a lot of modern games is like I have the same problem. Is I need a way to separate the stream from the gaming portion of it. I think this is gonna need some extra heat. I waited too long. Talking too much. Also would like to watch some short films with Miss Ashante, and having the laptop would go a long way to making that comfortable for her to do. You know what I'm saying? Like and I have to bring a microphone over there, I'm assuming, though. Maybe we could just set up like a little recording area when I'm over there, like so that she can be comfortable and you can hear everything, and we can still record comfortably. No streaming over there. She's a very private person, and I highly respect that. But maybe having her do some commentary on short films, you know, like sort of what I do over here with Mr. Dion, and sometimes Clip Clop, because Clip Clop doesn't like to be seen on camera either. But she usually has some really nice stuff to say about, well, everything. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. There are other things going on behind the scenes, but those are still being R&D'd and worked out, and there's just nothing that I can really tell you about just yet about other things. I'm kind of superstitious like that. Let's go and fill out DuPont.
All manner of boats. Overloaded with fleeing population pulling out from docks. Streets are all jammed. Noise and crowds like New Year's Eve in Chile. Wait a minute, the
C&O Canal.
is now in sight above the Palisades. Five.
Yeah!
Ooh, his arm got pinned. That's cute. I love creative decapitations.
One outside of Buffalo, one in Chicago. St. Louis.
Crap. I was wondering when that was gonna happen.
You wait for the others. They rise like a line of new towers on the city's west side. Now they're lifting. This is the end.
I love how the fucking Lincoln repeater sounds.
They're running toward the east river, thousands of them. Dropping in like rats. Now the smoke spreading faster as it reaches Times Square. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use. They're falling like flies. Now the smoke crossing 6th Avenue. This is 5th Avenue. 100 yards away. It's 50 feet.
Shoulder hurts.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that maybe the last living man on Earth been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. A small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life.
Hi, Chief. We need to have a discussion. Anybody up for crab cakes?
It's time. Put up a fight. Die!
Oh, shit.
October 20th.
Yes, madam. Right away. It was really nice. Those are, especially for being like some off the wall fucking like metro tunnel thing. Like, who knows if you're gonna make it down here and find this particular fucking place. And then you gotta go make the fucking you almost fucking drowned going up here. If you're not paying attention or like ready for that kind of shit, that you will die in there.
For some reason I feel safe at failing you.
Alright.
Running away. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the Martian. With one of their machines here over the top of the trees, I'm ready to fling that girl flat on the earth. Come to a chestnut. That's right. Two days I wandered in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally I noticed a living creature. A small red... Gave back to me. Dead cows and the brackish... Thank God, over the wasteland like a lighter.
Alright.
Try this silo, purchase a weathercock.
Probably for the Mirelurk.
Next day I come to the city.
Probably.
Vaguely familiar that its contours get as good
Somebody
as
set that as on their way out.
giant sliced off the highest stars with a precious sweet stem. Reach the opposite.
Right in the back of the noggin.
Presently, with an odd feeling of being watched, I caught sight of... You're dead! Oh! Man armed with a large knife.
Definitely haven't been here before.
Many places.
All of this would have been
A long time ago.
long fucking looted.
Jacobus milk. Yes. Jacobus milk.
There's no food here. This is my country. Always send a town down the river. There's only food for one. Which way you going?
I don't know. I guess I'm looking.
She couldn't even fucking protect it. That's not where I need to go.
Storm is case. They haven't begun on us yet. Begun? Not begun. All that's happened so far is because we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bothering us with guns and such stuff and losing our heads and rushing off the crowd. Instead of our rushing around blind, we gotta fix ourselves up. Fix ourselves up
This
according to the way
one
things are now. Cities, nations,
goes
civilization,
out.
progress.
But if that's so, what's there to live for?
More concerts for years or so, and dinners and restaurants. If it's amusement you're after,
What is there left?
life, that's what. I want to live. Yeah, so do you. We're not going to be exterminated. I don't mean to be bodies. Pain, like an ox. What's going on? Right under there. I got a plan.
There are times
Man, finish.
the primal part of
We gotta learn plenty before
here?
pulling me away.
we've gotta live, keep doing what we learn, see? I've thought it all out, see?
Tell me the rest.
I don't listen to all of us. The wild beasts. That's what it's gotta be. That's why I watched you. Watched you. All those little office workers who used to live in these houses. They'd be no good. They haven't any stuck there. Run off to work. I've seen hundreds of them running to get their computers straight in the morning. Afraid that you can't. But at night, afraid they would be in time for dinner. Fly, sure, and a little bit late in case of accident. Yeah, I'm worried about the that. Washington's gonna be a godsend for those nice people. Good food, careful breeding, no worries. Yeah, after a week or so chasing around the fields on empty stomachs, they'll come glad to.
Thought it all out.
Bet I did it well. Washington's gonna make pets of them. Train them through tricks. Who knows? Get sentimental over the pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah.
Okay, so
Some maybe they'll train to hunt us. Yes, they will. There's men who do it right. Who's fighting?
Meantime, you and I and others like us. Where are we to live? The Martians own the Earth.
Living forever.
so I do not.
Under New York and Miami. The main is a big enough right and there's some small. The store is filled with the subway. Got a bunch of strong men. No weak. That rubbish. Out.
And you met me.
You and me.
Won't quarrel about it. Go on.
You gotta make sense of stuff to stay in. Get all the books we science. That's where men like you come in. You raid the museum. We'll even spy on the Martians. May not be so much we have to learn before. Just imagine this. 4 or 5 of their own fighting machines suddenly start off.
I am
Heat rays right and left. Not
definitely
Martian.
here somewhere where I have a bunch of spots that I haven't discovered yet.
Men who learn the way out.
Right?
Jesus.
So this be one of them. Don't here. No.
We turn it on Martians, we turn it on men. We bring everybody down on their knees.
That's your plan.
Why the fuck would you have somebody dump out into here?
We don't know where.
What's the purpose of having us dump out in here? If you're not gonna let me fucking go over...
Not to your world.
Alright, whatever.
Right, stranger. Well, after fighting with the artillery when I came at last to Holland Tunnel, entered that silent tube. Anxious to know the fate of the greatest city on the other side of the house. Reached 14th
That was a great pose you did. That was kind of epic, man. Like, I wish you had died when you done that, but like, you know, it still looked cool.
Stood alone on Times Square. Caught sight of a lean dog running down 7th Avenue. Dark brown feet. suddenly I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine, standing somewhere in Central Park, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Same idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 60th Street. From there I could see standing in the silent row on the mall 19 of those great metal, their cowls empty, their steel arms hanging by their sides. I looked in
Nice.
below me. They circled to the ground.
Cinematic. Shit.
The humblest thing, God. Slowly from this little seedbed of the solar system throughout the inanimate vastnesses of sidereal space. A remote dream, maybe. Maybe that the destruction of the Martians is only a reprieve to them and not to us. Strange when I recall the time when I first saw it.
Juicy. Oh, thank God. Fucking the bug fucking silenced itself.
Will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it. That both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That booming, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch that your doorbell rings and nobody's there. That was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting
Environmental barriers and whatnot.
has brought you The War of the World by H.G. Wells, the 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Next week, we present a dramatization of three famous short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting. Columbia Broadcasting System and affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in The War of the World by H.G. Wells.
Okay. see what jacked sideway we could have come in through.
Ladies and gentlemen, or some weapons.
Well. Lady Frumperton's fashions? Sure.
Perhaps so narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures swarm and multiply in a drop of water.
All right. If you need if you need a selection of clothing,
Serene
There is
assurance of their
safety
dominion over
in
this
mind.
small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which has your design. Man has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds as ours as the beasts in the jungle, intellects vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and
Okay, I
slowly
guess
and
that's a
surely
fitting
put
one.
their plans against us.
okay, that was a nice
In the
little
39th
find.
year of the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. Near the end of October, business was better. War scare was over. All men were back at work.
Yeah, that was a winner.
Causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states. Bringing a forecast rain and
Left
high
from
winds, light
this
gale
to the
force.
dry sewer.
Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the government weather service. We take you now to the Meridian Room. Downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond McKenna and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room at the Hotel in New York City, we bring you the music of Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program this afternoon to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio Bureau. At 20 minutes before International Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and describes the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame just begun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Ramon Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
Hiding from me? Better hope I don't find you. Who's out there?
Heck change on.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin moments ago, the Government Meteorological Bureau has requested the large observatories of the country until then, the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra.
Sure.
We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer.
Alright, so that's...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I think all we have left is the Tacoma,
Observatory at Princeton. Standing in a large semicircular room, pitch black except for knob-on strips of steel. Through the
Tacoma
doorway,
Park
the
thing
Princeton
to check
star
out.
has a kind of caustic glow to get the mechanism of huge substance.
Time to tear you apart!
Vibration spot. Giant red. As you can take the ladies and gentlemen, there will any delay that may arise during our interview. Besides the ceaseless watch of heavens, Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communication. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world.
I need to go and make some repairs.
Any time, Mr. Scott.
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
Nothing unusual at the moment, Mr. Phillips. A red disk swimming in the blue sea. Red disk right across the disk. Quite thick now because Mars happens to be at the point there at the Earth in opposition, as we call it.
In your opinion, what would you stand for strike signify?
Not for now, if I can...
Hey, don't mind the... You got... What do you... Good hunting. Come back soon.
Disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Hardly, Mr. Phillips. Probably a meteorite of unusual size. Its arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. Daylight.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the Observatory of Princeton, bringing you a special interview with Professor Pearson, noted astronomer. This is Carl Phillips speaking. We are returning you now to our discussion.
She's gonna come and give me something here. She's gonna come give me something. I think. I think that's what they're running all that way
The
for.
latest bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. Professor Morris of Macmillan University reports
Yep.
I wish there were more people like you in the world. I want you to have... No.
This confirms earlier reports received from American observatories. Now, nearer home, comes a special bulletin from Trenton, New Jersey. It is reported that at 8:50 p.m. a huge flaming object...
Yeah, it's a little weird, Fox. I know, but you know, perks of the job. You have a bunch of scrap for. Been hoarding it for a little while.
Well, all right. Let me count out your caps.
Something.
No, I'm
And not.
don't have is these last little two spots right here. I'm assuming. Oh, there's the Vernon Square East that I should get to.
Very much like a meteor. At least not meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. Has a diameter of, what would you say, Professor Gibson?
Let's go here and see if we can pick off this location.
30 yards. The metal on the sheet is, well, I've never seen anything like it. The color is white. Curious spectators now are pressing close to the object and getting in front of my line of vision.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Then you saw them. Not first off. I heard them. And what did you hear? Hissing sound like this. Kind of like a 4th of July rocket. Yes, then what? I turned my head out the window and could have sworn I was dreaming. Yes? Seen a kind of greeny streak and then dingo. Something back
So
around. Knocked me clear out of my chair.
we are off to secure Vernon Square Station.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. Thank you very much.
Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Put up a fight!
leading into the farm like it's no use. They're breaking right through. Cars, headlights going and off. Spotlight on the pit where the office has been.
That's probably why these people are still alive over here. It's because
One man wants to touch things, having an argument in the basement. Now the police have waited.
that's crazy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please.
All right.
Do you hear it? Curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. I'll move.
Yeah, these are things that I just missed.
Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear us now? Professor Pearson,
All right. So we need
can you
to.
tell us the meaning of that scraping noise inside the thing?
Possibly the unequal cooling of the surface.
I think you still think it's a meteor.
The metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in the meteorite and holes. See it from the next day.
Nothing's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This pen little thing is beginning to flake off. Top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and this thing will be hollow. Keep those men back!
I've been here. We
now return you to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, back to stone wall and joined with Wilmer's garden. From here, I can get a sweep of the whole thing. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk, as long as I can see. More state police have arrived and joined up at the corner in front of the pit. About 30 of them. No need to push the car back now. They're willing to keep their distance. Captain, hurry to someone who can just fight the legal.
Whoops.
Professor Pearson. Yes, it is. Now it's parted, and the professor moves around one side.
let's see where it takes us.
Studying the object while the captain and the policeman advance with something in their hand.
See if it'll take us all the way out there.
Like proofs, those creatures know
Let's
what's
do it.
happening.
God damn
What
it.
anything means. Wait a minute, something happened. Something shape is rising out of the pit. It made out a small beam of light against the mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame spraying from the mirror and leaps right at the advancing men.
We should be mine.
Oh, they're setting the flame. By the woods behind them. There's gas tanks, and automobiles spreading everywhere. Coming this way now. About 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Indlecofer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interest. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed a message that came in from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just one moment, please. At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in the field east of the village of Grover's Mill. Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition. The next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill. Military operations.
The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, went back in their pit and made no attempt to prevent the efforts of the firemen to recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. The combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy. Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you his explanation of the calamity. The next voice you hear will be that of Professor Pearson, by Mr. Squire.
Too easy.
Of the creatures, the rocket cylinder of Grover's Mill, I can give you no authoritative information either as to their nature, their origin, or their purposes here on Earth. Of their destructive instrument, I might venture some conjectural explanation. For want of a better term, I shall refer to the mysterious weapon as the heat ray.
Alright.
No evidence these creatures have scientific
So-
far in advance of our own. It's my guess that in some way they are able to generate an intense heat in a chamber of practically absolute non-conductivity. This intense heat they
We're
produce
trying to
a
go.
beam against any object they
statement informing us that the charred body of the Crown of Phillips has been identified
That's
in the
not a
present
place that we
hospital.
can go.
Now here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police, Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. All quiet again. There is no sign of life appearing from the mountain
Oh
vicinity.
my god.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations. We have received a request from the State Militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facilities. He will the gravity of the situation, believing that radio has a responsibility to serve State Militia at Trenton. Field headquarters of the State Militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, it's an interesting outing. I can make out their uniform. Back and forth in front of the light. Looks almost like a real roar.
These two must have been a fucking terror across these lands.
Well, soon. One of the companies is deploying on the left flank. A quick rush will all be over. Wait a minute, I see something on top of the cylinder. No, nothing but a shadow. Now the troops are on the edge of the Wilmot Pond. 7,000 armed men closing in on an old metal tube. That's tough, rather. Well, wait, that wasn't a shadow, it's something moving. Solid metal, kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. Going higher and higher. But it's standing on legs, actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight
It's amazing
are the
that
vanguard from
people
the
trust
Army
you
of the planet.
enough not to attack me. You hungry for some 200-year-old Salisbury steak? Are you hungry for some news? I'm guessing news. Here you go.
Communication lines are down.
We may never get to heaven, children, but at least we've got our own earthly angels.
Including some of the trains from Allison and Phoenix. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and army reserves are unable to control the mad flight.
Alright, see how I get to fucking Tacoma Park.
Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton is estimated to twice their normal population. Martial law prevails throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency.
Vernon Square East Station.
The Secretary of the
Okay.
Interior.
Alright, so I can stop motherfucking wasting my time.
I shall not try to the gravity of the situation in front of the country.
It's amazing that people trust you enough not to attack me.
However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Fortunately, this formidable enemy
Sounds gross down here.
still confined to a comparatively small area. And
Now
may
try and hide from them.
in the military force
going the right way. Yeah.
Did they ever exist?
Say ah. I didn't say you would like it. I just said ah. Say ah. I learned things every fucking word. I've never seen. Oh well, no. The lake lurks had a high concentration of kings in one spot, all around the lake Mead area. I do really like the Mirelurk King's model, like the texture model. It's a good model. They did a good job on it. It always gave me fucking loads of anxiety dealing with them.
I've seen the mark. Is one of them machines zero for ready to bring myself flat on the earth. Finally, I noticed a living creature.
Terrible Shotgun is a fucking beast.
Red squirrel in a beach tree.
When I got this the first time, this is the only thing I ever used.
Push on north. Find a dead wreckage field beyond the ruins of Dere and Silo. King stand guard over the wasteland like a lighthouse. That's it, but... Stride to Silo, purchase the weathercock, the arrow points north.
Nice ambush. Ooh, promise it. Okay. So. Now that all the excitement is done. Made it to Tacoma Park.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. The performance will continue after a brief intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, starring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought
Man,
that
that's
I
a
may be the
real
last
bust. There
living
ain't
man on Earth.
fucking nothing in here.
I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. A small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. Life that has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of lonely derelictude. Penciled these words on the back of some astronomical note bearing signature. Richard Pearson. Look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lived at Princeton and who on the night of October 20th glimpsed through his telescope an orange flash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleagues, students, books, observatory,
Rest well, my friend.
my world. Where are they? Writing down my daily life, I tell myself to preserve human history between the find moldy bread in the kitchen. Orange, not spoiled, to swallow. Keep watching the window. Time to time, I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil, but makes a hissing sound. And suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam that dissipated smoke. I watch in the corner as his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house. Exhausted by terror, I fall asleep. Morning. Sun streams from the window. Black cloud of gas is lifted and scorched meadows north looking to a black snowstorm. I venture from the house and make my way to a road with traffic. Get in their wrecked car, baggage will return to blackened skeleton. Push on north. For some reason I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away. And I keep careful watch. I've seen the Martians speed. Should one of their machines appear over the top of the trees, I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth. Come to a chestnut. Chestnuts are right. Got my pocket. Two days I wandered in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world. Finally I noticed a living creature. A small red squirrel in a peach tree.
We should be mindful.
Stared at him in wonder. He stared back at me. I believe at that moment the animal and I shared the same emotion. Joy in finding another living being. Push on north. Find dead cows in the brackish field beyond the charred ruins of dairy and silo. They stand guard over the wasteland like Astride the silo perches a weathercock, the arrow. Points north. Next day I come to the city. The city is vaguely familiar in its contours, yet its buildings strange.
No more games. Time to die.
Reach the outskirts.
I don't know what your superiors have told you,
Rose up and became
but
a man armed with a large knife.
they didn't tell you. They didn't give you enough information about who you were tracking down. Like, I'm not even your most. I'm not even the one you. I mean, you have to worry about me, but like my companion, he's got no patience for anything not me.
There's no food here. This is my country. All this end of town down the river. There's only food for one. Where you going?
I don't know.
So here we are, Tacoma Industrial.
What's that?
This is, I think, the last diddly-ass location for Fallout 3 on the normal board, besides everything located to their designated DLC.
We're going over to New York.
So,
Night, the sky's alive with their lights. Just as if people were still there.
let's poke around a bit. Fucking nothing in here. Okay.
Big across the flats from the airport. They think they're learning how to fly.
Fly.
Yeah, fly.
And it's all over with humanity. Stranger than you and I. Two of us left.
Time to die. Okay. Who's next?
There isn't anything to do. We're dying.
Okay, right off bucks. Like
You're in a uniform.
we got
I was in the militia, National Guard. on doing that. They'll begin testing systematic, keeping the best, storing it, containing it. They have a big gun on it. What is that big gun? But we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bombing guns, such stuff, are losing our heads, rushing off the crowd. Instead of our rushing around blind, we gotta fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization, progress.
Careful.
Or concerts. There's a show, dinners, restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I guess it's something.
What is there left?
Life, that's I want to live. Yeah, so do you. We're not going to be exterminated. I don't mean to be caught either. Pain, fat, bred like an ox. Right under this. I got a we man. We don't know enough. We gotta learn. See what we learn, see?
Oh, to the fractal factory. Where did you come from?
Hundreds out running to catch that community.
The spawn is some weird shit. Fuck, not again. God damn it, Paul.
Where are we to live? Martian?
Damn. Thank God.
Little road on Times Square. What side of a lean dog?
bunch of grenades.
Silent. Dark. Past a shooting gallery where a row of empty guns faces a rested line of wooden ducks near Columbus Circle. I noticed models of 1939 motor cars in the showrooms facing empty streets. Over the top of the General Motors building, I watched a flock of
I do like bobby pins.
Sky. Hurried on. Suddenly, I caught sight of the hood of a Martian machine, standing somewhere in Central Park, bleeding in the late afternoon sun. Same idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 60th Street. From there, I could see standing in a silent row along the mall 19 of those great metal titans, their cowls empty, their steel arms hanging listlessly by their sides. I looked in vain for the monsters that inhabit those machines. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted to the immense flock of black birds that hovered directly below me. They circled the ground. And there before my eyes, dark and silent, lay the Martians, the hungry birds, pecking and tearing brown threads of flame.
Trust you enough not to attack me.
Later, when their bodies
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
found that they were killed by the putrefactive and disease bacteria against which their systems were unprepared.
Oh, I know what that is.
After all, man's defenses had failed. And the humblest thing God would put upon the silver. A cylinder fell.
Come on, Fox.
Through all the deep space.
Ooh.
No life existed beyond the petty surface of our minute sphere.
Yes, sir.
Now we see further. A wonderful vision I've conjured up in my mind of life spreading slowly from this little seedbed.
There you are! Low!
Ow. Yeah, he's about to squash the fuck out of me. My hood went.
We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it, and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is...
So I think that's like 3, maybe 4 behemoths that you fight in Fallout 3. The first one you have a lot more health. That's the one at GNR.
Affiliated stations coast to coast has brought you the War of the World by H.G. Wells, the 17th in its weekly series of dramatic broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the air. Next week we present a dramatization of 3 famous short stories. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
its little bed.
Affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
Now listen close to this important public service announcement. Don't feed the outline. That is all. And now, some music.
Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these works, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, the world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man, yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design,
Solar
man
driftwood.
has inherited out of the dark mystery of time and space. Yet across an immense ethereal gulf, minds that are to our minds, ours that are to intellect, vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In the 39th year of the 20th century came the Great Dissolution.
I think that's it.
Business was better. War scare was over. All men were back at work. Sales were picking up. This particular evening, October 30th, the
That's
Crossing
it.
Service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radio.
Everything else is DLC. Ladies and gentlemen.
Causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature...
That was Tacoma Industrial and Tacoma Park.
The Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Raymond Raquello and his orchestra.
And
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of interviews to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio Station. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory...
the only thing we have left to do is actually find the bobbleheads. The last remaining bobbleheads, which I have dutifully lost or missed, excuse me, missed or failed to see, or I don't know. But I think I have like 2 or 3 more bobbleheads to get. So, probably some backtracking. I don't know why I'm just... Alright, let's go. Enemies nearby. God damn it, you guys always, man. Goddamn. That's embarrassing. 1 second, guys. God damn it. This is really embarrassing. That was weird.
We must walk somewhere.
Thank you.
We are ready now to take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, where Carl Phillips, our commentator, will interview Professor Richard Pearson, famous astronomer. We take you now to Princeton, New Jersey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Howdy.
Hey there. Got anything good for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
Rained it?
Except for not long split machine. Through this opening, I can see a twinkling star and
1,500 bottle caps. Not bad for a day's work.
sound you hear.
All right.
Vibration of clock. Professor Pearson stands directly above
Back to Megaton. I'm tired. It's been 4 hours that we have been on.
Good to see you.
Professor Pearson may be interrupted by telephone or other communication. During this period, he is in constant touch with the astronomical centers of the world. Professor, may I be in our presence?
At any time,
Professor, would you please tell our radio audience exactly what you see as you observe the planet Mars through your telescope?
All right. So
Red disk swimming in a blue sea. That's what right across the disk. Quite a thing now, because Mars has to be at a point there at the Earth is opposite. Because
In your opinion, what do these transverse strikes signify, sir?
not for now, I can assure you. Although, possibly protection for those who abandon Mars.
perception
Well, the scientific
is the only one left up there. Where was the perception bubble?
Then you're quite convinced as a scientist that living intelligence as we know it does not exist on Mars?
There's chances against it are 1,000 to 1.
And yet, how do you account for these gas eruptions occurring on the surface of the planet as regular history?
Well, I cannot count.
Found it. Oh, something. Oh, okay.
Mars from the Earth.
Approximately 40 million miles.
Well, that's the exact subject. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Someone has just handed Professor Pearson a message. While he reads it, let me remind you that we are speaking to you from the Observatory of Princeton, New Jersey, where we are interviewing the world-famous astronomer, Professor Pearson. One moment, please. Professor Pearson has passed me
A
message.
wastelander,
Just see.
like in the stories
Professor,
about
I read the message to the listening audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I can read you a wire addressed to Professor Pearson from Dr. Gray of the Natural History Museum.
There we
New
go.
York. Quote,
Because I didn't go here. I didn't go into the Museum of Dave when I was here.
Registered shock of all moments.
All right.
Occurring within a radius of 20 miles of Princeton. Please investigate. Signed Lloyd Gray, Chief Astronomical Division. Unquote. Professor Pearson, could this occurrence possibly have something to do with the disturbances observed on the planet Mars?
Well, hardly, Mr. Phillips. Probably a meteorite of unusual size. Arrival at this particular time is merely a coincidence. However, we should conduct a search in daylight permits.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 10 minutes, we've been speaking to you from the observatory of
All right. The main ones are done.
Pearson, local astronomer. This is Carl Phillips. We are returning you now to our new office.
Barter. Heavy big guns. Energy.
There are times that I feel the primal part of me pulling me away.
If the fact is special bonus units, we will have our
already have. Got all of, yeah, so I've got barter, I've got big guns, I've got energy weapons, I need explosives. WCAM Alberta.
What would you say? What would you say? What's the diameter of the rock? Well, I've never seen anything like it. Color is sort of yellowish white. Curious spectators now are pressing close to the object and slightly up, please to keep it back. Getting in front of my line of fingers. Would you mind standing one side, please? Pushing the crowd back. Here's Mr. Wilmot, owner of the barn here. He may have some interesting facts. Mr. Wilmot, would you please tell the radio audience as much as you remember of this rather unusual visitor that stopped in your backyard? Step closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Wilmot. I've listened to the radio. I've listened to the radio and kind of drowsy. The professor fellow was talking about Mars, so I was half chosen. Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then what happened? Well, as I was saying, I was listening to the radio, kind of halfway. Yes, Mr. Wilmot, and then you saw something. Not first off. And what did you hear? This sounds like this. To my right. And then what? I turned my head out the window and would have sworn I was asleep. Yes? Seen a kind of greenish streak and then bingo. Something smacked the ground. Knocked me clear out of my chair. Well, I ain't not sure. Reckon I was kind of riled. Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much. Want me to tell? That's quite all right. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please.
Come on.
Do you hear it? Curious humming sound seems to come from inside the object. I'll move the microphone nearer. Here. Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now? Professor Pearson,
It's fucking
can you
hot
tell us the
here.
meaning of that scraping noise inside the thing?
Possibly the unequal cooling of its surface.
I say, do you still think it's a meteor, Professor?
What do you think? The metal casing is definitely extraterrestrial. Not found on this Earth. Friction with the Earth's atmosphere usually tears holes in the meteorite and bring it holes. You can see it's
Just a
literally
minute. Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Griffin. This end of the thing is beginning to deflate off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw, and the thing must be hollow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone calling someone or something, I can see. Coming out of that black hole through luminous jet. Eyes, like your face, like the other. Heaven, something radiating out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one, and another one, and another one. They look like tentacles to me. I see the thing's body now. It's large. Large as a bear. It glistens like wet leather, but that's fake. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. It's so awful. The eyes are black and they gleam like a serpent. The rimless lips.
Wow.
Those quivers pulsate, and the monster or whatever it is can hardly move. It seems weighed down by possibly gravity or something. Rising up now, and the cloud falls back. And
Okay.
of course, it's not very experienced, ladies and gentlemen. I can't find words. Well, I'll pull this microphone with me as I talk. I'll have to stop the description until I can take a new position. Hold on, will you please? I'll be right back in a minute.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmus Farm, Groversville, New Jersey.
I hope things are going well with you today, sir.
Okay. Medicine.
We now return you to Carl Phillips at Groversville.
Ladies and gentlemen, my honor. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am. Back to
Medicine.
Stonewall and joining the
Melee.
Wilmus Farm. And here I'll get to speak the whole thing.
Air.
I've been
Ray
as long as I
food.
can talk, as long as I can speak. More state police have arrived and he's drawing up a course in front of the ship. I'll turn you. No need to push the clock back.
Science is
Willingly
important.
keep their distance, Captain. Hurry with summons.
Okay.
Flight speed in.
All right.
Yes, upgrading Professor Pierce. Yes, kid, now departed for the
So before I go to bed, we're gonna get the last of these bobbleheads. So to Reifu we go.
Know what that means? What anything means? Wait a minute, something's happening. Something shape is rising out of the pit. And letting out a small beam of light against the mirror. What's that?
Huh?
The flame springing from the
Oh,
mirror and leads
you're
directly
back.
to the men.
Welcome back to Arafu, kid.
The orders are turning into flames. The field caught by the wood of the fire. The gas tanks, all over the field, spreading everywhere. Coming this way now, about 20 yards, Starlight.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there's some difficulty with our field transmission. However, we will return to that point at the earliest opportunity. In the meantime, we have a late bulletin from San Diego, California. Professor Inglesoffer, speaking at a dinner of the California Astronomical Society, expressed the opinion that the explosions on Mars are undoubtedly nothing more than severe volcanic disturbances on the surface of the planet. We continue now with our piano interlude.
All right.
Something.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, came in from
Okay.
Groversville by telephone. But one more
Now,
please.
and the last one we need is
At least 40
science, and that's in Vault 106.
in the field east of the village of Grover's Mill.
Which
Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition.
I have to go back in a
Here
vault.
will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
To
I have been
108.
requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. No one will be permitted to enter this area except by special pass issued by state or military authorities. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to General Montgomery Smith, commanding the state militia at Trenton. In the meantime, further details of the catastrophe at Grover's Mill are coming in. The strange creatures, after unleashing their deadly assault, crawled back in their pit and made
Is 106 the one in Smith, Casey?
recover the bodies and extinguish the fire. The combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames,
Nope,
which
it's
menaced
right
the
there.
entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment. In the meantime, we take you to... Just one moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed that we have finally established communication with an eyewitness of the tragedy. Professor Pearson has been located at a farmhouse near Grover's Mill, where he has established an emergency observation post. As a scientist, he will give you an explanation of the ground.
this?
Now here's another bulletin from Washington, D.C. The Office of the Director of the National Red Cross reports 10 units of Red Cross emergency workers have been assigned to the headquarters of the state militia, stationed outside of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Here's a bulletin from State Police Princeton Junction. The fires at Grover's Mill and vicinity are now under control. Scouts report all quiet in the pit, and there is no sign of life appearing from the mountain facility. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special statement from Mr. Harry McDonald, Vice President in charge of operations. We have received a request from the state militia of Trenton to place at their disposal our entire broadcasting facility. In view of the gravity of the situation, believing that radio has a responsibility to serve in the public interest at all times, we are turning over our facilities to the state militia at Trenton. We take you now to the field headquarters of the state militia near Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
This is Captain Lansing of the Signal Corps, attached to the state militia, now engaged in military operations in the vicinity of Grover's Mill. Situation arising from the reported presence of certain individuals of unidentified nature is now under complete control. Cylindrical object lies in a pit directly below our position, surrounded on all sides by 8 battalions.
Oh, I don't know if I did do this one. This is the one with all of the hallucination
Things, whatever they
gas.
are, do not even venture to poke their heads above the pit. See their hiding place plainly in the glare of the searchlight here.
Though we may seem safe for the moment,
Creatures can
it is
scarcely
fleeting.
stand up against heavy machine gun fire. Anyway, it's an interesting outing for the group. I can make out their cotton.
Excuse me, guys. Be right back. Oh.
There appears to be some slight smoke.
Look what we have here.
Probably fire started.
Well,
ended in one of the most ever suffered by an army in modern times. 7,000 men armed with rifles and machine guns pitted against a single fighting machine of the invaders tomorrow. 120 known survivors. The rest strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro. Crushed and trampled
There is reason to be cautious here.
Yeah.
The monster is now in control of the middle section of New Jersey, which effectively cuts the state to its center. Communication lines are down from Pennsylvania to the Atlantic Ocean. Railroad tracks are blown from New York to Philadelphia discontinued except routing some of the trains through Allison and Phoenixville. Highways to the north, south, and west are clogged with frantic human traffic. Police and army reserves are unable to control the mad flight. By morning, the fugitives will have swung Philadelphia, Camden, and Trenton. It is estimated to twice their normal. Lots of folks there throughout New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. At this time, we take you to Washington for a special broadcast on the national emergency. The Secretary of the Interior.
Citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation confronting the country, nor the concern of your government in protecting lives. However, I wish to impress upon you, private citizens and public officials, all of you, the urgent need of calm and resourceful action. Placing our faith in God, we must continue the performance of our duty, each and every one of us, so that we may confront this destructive adversary with a nation united, courageous, and consecrated to the preservation of human supremacy on this earth. I thank you.
You won't infect me with your filthy lies. But I will take your little bobblehead. Alright, I think that's everything.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I'm hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. Small island of daylight.
Though we may seem safe for the moment, it is fleeting.
All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world now seems part of another life. Life has no continuity with the present. Furtive existence of the lonely derelict who pencils these words on the back of some astronomical notes bearing the signature of Richard Pearson. Look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lived at Princeton and who, on the night of October 20th, glimpsed through his telescope an orange splash of light on a distant planet. My wife, my colleague, my student, observatory, my world. Where are they? Did they ever exist? Am I Richard Pearson? What days? Do days exist without calendars? Does time pass when there are no human hands left to watch the clock? Writing down my daily life, I tell myself I shall preserve human history between the dark covers of this little book meant to record the movements of the stars. To write and live. Find molded bread in the kitchen. Orange, spoiled, swallowed. Keep watch for women. Time to time I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black ball. Thanks for sound. And suddenly I see a Martian pounded on his machine.
river parkway still kept open for motor traffic. Boyd bridges to Long Island, hopelessly jammed. All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defenses. Our army is wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, wiped out. Maybe. Yeah. We'll stay here to the end. People are holding service.
Look what we have here. We have here.
Streets are all jammed. Noise and crowds like New Year's Eve in the city. Wait a minute, the enemy's now in sight above the Palisades. Five great machines. The first one is crossing the river. I can see it from here, wading the Hudson like a man wading through a brook. Bullets have handed me. Marching cylinders are falling all over the country. One outside of Buffalo, one in Chicago, St. Louis. Seems to be time to space. Now the first machine reaches the shore. And what? Ocean City. Steele's Cowley's head is even with the skyscrapers. He waits. Rise like a line of new towers on the city's west side. Now they're lifting their metal hands. This is the end now. Smoke comes out, black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River, thousands of them. Dropping in like rats. Now the smoke's spreading faster. It's reached Times Square. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use. They're falling like flies. Now the smoke's crossing 6th Avenue. 5th Avenue. 100 yards away. It's 50 feet.
There is reason to be cautious.
Listening to a CBS presentation.
Sorry, I'm eating some spicy food and
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mercury Theater on the air.
they just been down here taking in this tainted air like for a while.
As I set down these notes on paper, I'm obsessed by the thought that I may be the last living man on Earth. I've been hiding in this empty house near Grover's Mill. Small island of daylight cut off by the black smoke of the rest of the world. All that happened before the arrival of these monstrous creatures in the world out of another life. Life has no continuity with the present. Bert primitive existence of lonely derelictuals. Pencils these words on the back of some astronomical note bearing the signature of Richard Pearson. Look down at my blackened hand. Try to connect them with a professor who lives at Princeton and who, on the night of October 20th, glimpsed through his telescope an orange flash of light on a distant planet. A wife? If they ever exist. Am I Richard Pearson? 2 days exist without calendar.
Aha! Where?
The time passed and I know human hands left the woman's spot. Writing down my daily life, I tell myself I should preserve human history between the dark covers of the book, and it record the movement of the stars. Write and live and live and eat. Find holy bread in the kitchen, orange, boiled, swallow. Keep watch for women. Time to time I catch sight of a Martian above the black smoke. Smoke still holds the house in its black coil. Thanks for kicking down. And suddenly I see a Martian mounted on his machine, spraying the air with a jet of steam and dissipating smoke. I'm watching the corner, his huge metal legs nearly brush against the house.
No more games.
Meadows north looking for a black snowstorm. I venture from the house and make my way to a road, no traffic. Here and there, a wrecked car, baggage overturned, blackened skeleton. Push on north. For some reason I feel safer trailing these monsters than running away. And I keep a careful watch. I've seen the
You
Martian.
can't hide from me. I can taste your
One of them
fear.
machines peer over the top of trees. I'm ready to fling myself flat on the earth.
Ah!
Hey! Where?
That was too easy.
2 days I wander in a vague northerly direction through a desolate world.
That's
Small red squirrel at the beach tree.
that is strange.
Stare at him at once. He stares back at me.
Okay.
More and I share the same emotion. Joy in finding another living being.
Game's over.
Stare at his silo. Maybe stand guard over the wasteland like a lighthouse. 30 minutes. Stride the silo, purchase a weathercock. The arrow points north. North. Next day I come to a city. City vaguely familiar in its contours, yet its buildings strangely dwarfed and leveled off as if with giants sliced off its highest towers with a capricious sweep of descent. The outskirts are ruins. Newer, undemolished, but humbled by the whim of the advancing Martians. Rather, they were not feeling of being watched. I caught sight of something crouching in a doorway of a step. Rose up and became a man. Man armed with a large knife. I come from many places. A long time ago, from Princeton.
Near Grover's Mill.
Yes.
Grover's Mill.
Look what we have here.
Which way you going?
I don't know.
I'm
guess
here
I'm looking for
at your back.
people.
What was that? You were here something just
now we're caught in the water. Martian only has 4 miles to get us out on the run. They won't keep on doing that. They'll begin catching us systematically. And the best, storing us in cases. They haven't begun on us yet. Not begun. All that's happened so far is because we don't have sense enough to keep quiet. Bothering them with guns and such stuff and losing our heads and rushing off in crowds. Instead of our rushing around blind, we gotta fix ourselves up according to the way things are now. Cities, nations, civilization, progress.
Yes, but if that's so, what's there to live for?
Well, there won't be any more concerts for years or so, and no little dinners and restaurants. If it's amusement you're after, I guess it's stuff.
What is there left?
Life, that's what. I want to live. Yeah. We're not going to be exterminated. I don't mean to be caught here. Tamed, fat, bred like an ox.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going on. Right under there. I got a plan. We men, finish. We don't know enough. We gotta learn plenty before we gotta change.
Some of this is the control
We gotta
level.
live, keep free what we learn, see?
Okay. Well, we plundered 106.
Some of the rest.
One I forgot about.
Wild beast. That's what it got. Got me. So I watched you. Watched you. All over the office building. I live in this house. They be no good. They haven't any stuff in it. Run off to work. I've seen hundreds of them run up and catch their computers straight in the morning. Afraid that they can if they didn't. Running back at night. Afraid they wouldn't get time for dinner. Live, sure. Deliver a message. They relax. Yeah, Sunday. Worried about the Iraq. Washington, they got it. Nice people. Good food, careful breeding. No way. So, chasing around the field on empty stomachs. They'll come. Whack.
Thought it all out.
Better. I don't know. These Martians are gonna make heads. Train them to do tricks. Who knows? Get sentimental over the pet boy who grew up and had to be killed. Yeah. Some maybe. They'll train to hunt us. Yes, they will. Really good plan. Me, Biden.
You and I and others like us. Where are we to live if the Martians own the Earth?
Live underground. Been thinking about the sewers. Under New York, they're miles and miles up. The main ones, they're big enough for anyone. There's some falls, underground storerooms, railway tunnels, subways. Didn't you see? Got a bunch of strong men. No weak. Not rubbish. Out.
And you, humanity,
You a chance.
won't quarrel about this. Go on.
You gotta make safe places for us to stay in. Get all the books we can. Science books. That's where men like you come in, see? We raid the museums. We'll even spy on the Martians. May not be so much we have to learn before. Just imagine. 4 or 5 of their own fighting machines as they start off. We raid right and left. Not a Martian in them. Not a Martian in them, see? But men. Men who learn the way how. Maybe, you know, gee, imagine having one of them lovely things with the people wide. We turn it on Martians. We bring everybody down on their knees.
That's your plan.
We don't know the world.
I see. Not to your world. Bye, stranger. Well, after parting with the artilleryman, I came at last to the Holland Tunnel, entered that silent tube. Anxious to know the fate of the great city on the other side of the Hudson.
All right.
Then I came out of the tunnel and made my way up the canal. Reached 14th Street there again. Black powder, several bodies, and an emo.
That
Wandered up through the 30s and 40s.
that was Vault 106, that I've fucking thought that I'd done, and I did not. Fuck. So, now we have all the bobbleheads. And all the locations.
That's the shooting gallery where all 50 guns being arrested line of
It's good to see you alive and well, sir.
That is all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Suddenly I caught sight of the force of a Martian standing somewhere in Central Park, beating in the late afternoon sun. Same idea. I rushed recklessly across Columbus Circle and into the park. I climbed a small hill above the pond at 60th Street. From there I could see standing in a silent row along the mall, 19 of those great...
Too shy of a full 30,
empty, that steel arms hanging listlessly by their sides.
a full 30.
I looked in vain for the monsters that inhabit those machines.
Which is probably like the ones that I turned into nuclear grenades. So,
And there before my eyes, dark, silent, lay the Martians, the hungry birds, pecking in the brown red flesh. They knew what their bodies and laboratories found that they were killed by the putrescent and disease bacteria against which their systems were unprepared. Brains, after all, man expects to save. The humblest thing of God is witness to the upon his servant. Before the cylinder fell, there was general persuasion of all no life existed beyond the petty surface of our minute sphere.
that's everything, ladies and gentlemen. The next time I see you, we will be doing the rest of Broken Steel and touching off Mothership Zeta. So, thank you for joining me. This was a long one, about 5 hours, just about. Like, subscribe, share, follow. Especially since I don't have a super regular schedule for streaming. So make sure you have notifications turned on so that you can know when I am next online, or at least streaming anyway. Yeah. Mothership Zeta on the next run for Fallout 3. Grab a seat. Relax for a while. Fox can wash the door. And I can let that go. 108 hours on the achievements, sorry, 108 hours on playtime for main game. Shut your door. Ah, damn. We've only been sleeping all day. Fuck. Right. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems my time is about up anyway. Be safe, be happy, be healthy. I love you all. I'll see you in the next run. Look after each other. Self-care. Drink plenty of water. Shut up, man. I'll see y'all later.